We're live, let's go. All right. Let's begin. I'm setting up stream, don't worry. For the one person who's watching this. I'm trying out a new experiment because I'm kind of tired of drawing in Photoshop. So I'm gonna try drawing in Procreate, but I'm gonna share my screen to my computer. This is crazy. Okay. What is up, people? How are we, guys? Hello, Miracle Cookie. I recognize your name. Whoa, shirtless stream. It is really hot, and I don't want to turn on the fan because it's gonna make a bunch of noise. But also, yeah, what's up? I mean, I figured out I can just look at my own body to as a reference whenever I'm studying anatomy, so I might as well just do the whole thing shirtless. So it's like, whoa, what does like the muscles look in this position? Sometimes I schedule watch your stream. Yeah, great. That was my idea. Like that was something I I was also like had in mind that I could also keep other people accountable as well as myself. So that's really cool. You know, I woke up multiple times tonight. Like I couldn't even sleep properly. I didn't even want to sleep because I really wanted to wake up today and do this live stream. I was feeling like a burning passion for doing this, like a burning desire for waking up and recording this. You have no idea. People are stupid as fuck. People tell me, "Oh, this is the easiest way to get burnout. You're gonna stop enjoying art." You don't understand. Like these people don't understand what it's like to have such like an amount of passion for art. Like I wouldn't see myself doing anything else right now than to be recording this. Or even if I'm not recording, like I wanted to do this, and I was like, okay, I figured out how to connect my iPad to this, and you know that just makes it like way comfortable. And I have been wanting to share my thoughts, so uh, I mean, I don't think endurance is the word because it's like just passion, really. Because when you're so passionate, it's like you can do this for most of the day and it's going to be completely fine. And today was the first day in like the entire week I have been doing this that I actually kind of slept properly. So I hope there is a big chance that I'm not gonna fall asleep now today. Because when you see me taking naps and shit, it's because it's my fault basically. It's because I hadn't been sleeping properly because of my own lack of discipline, I guess. But now should be fine. Let me know if you guys can see the live stream properly because this is my first time attempting to share my screen like this. So I don't know if you can see it right. Going to have a dinner soon. I rejoin later at night. All right, perfect. I won't go anywhere. Mm, Yeah, I have been grinding anatomy and faces. These two things more than anything else, especially faces. Of course, this is part of anatomy, right? I have been doing a lot of human skulls and sketches of human skulls, overlaying like an actual face on a human skull and vice versa. Because I think it's really important, or I think it's really useful when you're learning to draw faces to know what's under the face. know all the muscles that make up the planes and the overall structure. So I find it easier for proportion, like helping studying from human skulls helped me understand more of why things are the way they are and proportions and everything. So it really greatly helped me improve. Like I knew there was something that I was missing from drawing faces because I could barely improve. Like I could barely see some improvement. And when the moment I started to learn the skull, then everything started to change. It was like almost instantly the improvement. Of course, this would have been completely pointless though if I hadn't studied perspective. If I hadn't known perspective, it wouldn't have really mattered because you know. Yeah, so I haven't had it. I've had like complications or a lot of questions, right? Trying to take mental notes of the anatomy of the shoulder, for example. For some reason, it was something that felt kind of complicated for me to draw the shoulder in certain angles and how the shoulder kind of connects with the chest and the back muscles. But after observing a lot, I kind of figured it out already. So it's like the chest, the shoulder kind of connects with the back, and it's also like eating a good chunk of the chest, of the upper part of the chest, right under the collarbone. So that would be the front delt. And you can exaggerate with the back muscles. Like this. Okay. Like I still need to draw this a lot more, like 100 times more from many different angles. The chest, of course. I think it's better if I draw the chest first. Yes, I'm practicing. I'm still practicing anatomy. The entire week has just been anatomy. Basically nothing else. I wanna be good at anatomy very quickly so I can focus on drawing some other random stuff like some other complex stuff and I can already like be good at anatomy. Like I'm already kind of I know most of the anatomy. Like let's say I know or I understand because knowing the muscles and knowing everything does not really equal understanding the muscles or the body like in 3D space. And I let's say I know I'm 70% knowledgeable, and I'm still trying to imagine it's like a progress bar, and it is also kind of linear. It is like leveling up a in a video game or leveling up a gun in Call of Duty. You can only go up, and I'm trying to go from that 70% to 100%, which is probably gonna take some time. Like of course, it is easier to go from 1% to 30-40% than it is to go from 70 to 100. You know, it takes more time the more you progress. It's like what would be a good analogy? Um, Something that you can level up that takes a little bit more time when you're like the final levels of progress. I know this is very autistic, but this is what's on my mind. What I think about this, anyways. Okay. I have to understand how this works seriously from this perspective. It's kind of weird, the fucking shoulder. Okay, I think I get it because the shoulder kind of eats a chunk of like the collarbone a little bit, kind of. I'm seriously doing this for a reason. I'm not shirtless for. I'm shirtless, but it's for a good reason. What is up, donable pixels? Yeah, I basically just started the live stream. Okay, so this would be the posterior shoulder, but you still have. This would be the rear delts, but you will still have the front delts that are kind of shoops, something like this. Let me get rid of this. Should draw a face. Whenever I draw faces, I'm always visualizing the skull. I'm visualizing the skull under it. I don't know what would be more convenient, either doing this with the Asaro head instead, but I think this skull works better for like understanding the organic forms. My hands are so shaky, Jesus Christ. Give this guy a pencil neck. There are some fucking cats fighting outside. Oh, we got 50 views already. Well, Will you sleep revealed? You're basically calling me small. No, just kidding. I'm actually giving this like the fucking gym some use here by studying anatomy using me as a reference. Focus. Okay, maybe if I visualize this as like a whole. Okay, I think I kind of get it now. Kind of as like a. Oh, this is too big. How long have you been drawing? Um, like 40 minutes? No, 30 minutes. 30 minutes. That's what you mean. It's like there's a hole here, like right up above the chest, and that's where you feel in the shoulders. That's how you kind of connect them here. Like, okay, I like that. Not in that way. I mean, you. But yes. Yeah, I was being goofy. I started like a year ago, basically. Like drawing itself, I started actually practicing and studying drawing a year ago. Like in a serious way. Because before that, I was drawing, but I was just copying stuff, so I don't think that counts. But if you want to count that time, that wasted period of my art journey that I neglected entirely learning perspective, then like 4 years, it's gonna be 5 years. No, 4 years, pretty much 4 years. You know, I'm feeling way better about this, about the shoulders. Because it's not that I don't know how to draw shoulders. I know how to draw them already, but I don't fully understand, or at least now I do. Now at least I understood how to attach them to the body here, but that's more important than just mindlessly drawing something. Understanding it really. So it is like, okay, I officially understood how the shoulders work from any angle, I hope, from any perspective. This is such an ugly hand. I hate this so much. Let's try again. I picked up drawing since 2020, but I wasn't serious with it. What do you mean digital? You use a mouse pad on your. Jesus Christ! Why don't you just use like a piece of paper? It is not hard. Like that is insane. Actually, that is actually insane. I never really got to that point where I had to use like a mouse pad. I thought of it just because of the challenge, but most of I ended up trying to draw with like my computer mouse, and it wasn't as bad seriously, but I thought, okay, even if it's not terrible to draw with your computer mouse, I can imagine using it like the mouse pad, like the touchpad. I think you mean. Um, it's still better and easier to use a piece of paper and a pen. Way better, way easier. What's up, show? How's it going? So what do I want this guy to be doing? I am going to do something that is going to be annoying for everyone involved, but it's really important. And that is that before drawing something, anything, I'm going to spend exactly 2 minutes visualizing it. I hope I stick to this. Yeah, what's up, Percy? Um, uh, bro, I'm starting to recognize a lot of you guys' names. Yep, we're going shirtless today, boys. Today is we're practicing anatomy. So I'm like, fuck it. I might as well just take my shirt off and use myself as a reference. So I'm still studying anatomy. Um, and I'm going to take a slightly annoying amount of time at visualizing things before I draw them. So you may see me close my eyes and sit in silence for 2 minutes before I actually start to draw something. So let me open up the clock app here. Because I have been drawing kind of mindlessly, so I need to really think. And it's kind of annoying because at night I have such vivid and lucid thoughts or like visual images that show up in my mind, which is something I like. It's like 30% easier for me to visualize things when I'm drifting off to sleep. I used to think it was to just like, no, no, I don't think this is really true. No, probably it's not the case. I'm just delusional. But last night I was like, Jesus, I was drawing in my mind. I couldn't. I had to force myself to okay, stop drawing in your mind and actually go get some sleep because you got to wake up early tomorrow. Do you plan to draw manga? Not really, but I mean, who knows? Who knows one day? But I plan on like I'm doing this for fun basically. I'm not good at visualizing in my brain yet. If you're not good at visualizing in your brain, it's probably because you need to study more perspective. Perspective is not only a fundamental, like something that you translate on the or like something inherently for inherent to like drawing. It's not something. It's not like a drawing fundamental mostly, but it's also like a mental exercise that trains your brain to see things in 3D space. It's going to train your brain to rotate things, not so much on the canvas. Like that's not so much the goal, and nobody really tells you this. Nobody really tells you that perspective is very important because not for the reasons that you think, but because it kind of makes your brain switch. Okay, in this last 2 minutes, I did everything but visualizing the thing. Oh my god, I find it a little challenging to draw on iPad on like Procreate because it's been a while. I think it's because I completely lowered the smoothing because I want to feel like the raw line energy, so to speak. Shit. Well, you draw for 12 hours every day. I'm doing this every other day because of lack of organization. But yeah, I'm planning on doing it every day. It's my goal. I started doing the live streams like a week ago. Uh, how long have you been drawing in general? I have been like focusing on studying drawing seriously for like about a year. I would just be drawing, sorry, doing painting mostly. Can you draw the Fearing meme? I already did that in the last live stream. I think I can do it again. Yeah. Man, it's winter. Like where I live is just really hot. It's no winter here. Yeah, I'll try drawing the freehand face again, like the one that's like this. Have you seen the art platform someone is developing where it's only human made art? I've heard of that some time ago. I did not remember at all. Purely human. No clue really. I have to start doing this shirtless now. If art is not going to make me money, I might as well, do the alternative. It's a regular thing now. Oh, guys, do you want me to be shirtless from now on my live streams? I mean, that's surely going to make me stand out. What other artists you know who do live streams or of 12 hour fucking shirtless live streams? Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to stand out as much as possible. Trying to be different, guys. This is really awful. I still need to warm up a little bit. Hmm. Should I draw more faces? And it is important that I take that we all take some time to visualize before drawing. It is kind of tricky because I'm not a very patient person, and also, because I'm live streaming, I kind of have the added pressure of not boring the fuck out of you guys. Whatever, you're probably drawing anyways, but I think. Yes, I did. I erased the sketches. I erased them. I'm just gonna start over. It's fine. Like that is another thing that caught my attention about drawing for this long. You just make so many drawings that you just stop giving a fuck. It's like okay, eh, just stop caring about this line looking a little ugly or wonky, and just like okay, I'm just gonna make another one. Why though? Because they're working ugly. I can do better. I will do better next time. Sometimes I just yeah. I mean, I try to save everything that I make, but it sometimes it happens. It's like, okay, I really don't like this. Whatever, it's not that great. I can just do more. I'll try not to not do that, though. So, yeah, so when it comes to the shoulders, from what I'm seeing, there is like a if you separate or detach the shoulder from the torso, you will have like a hole here, like a big hole that has kind of like this shape. See, like this. It is important to. This stream saves his canvas 60 times every second. Yep, literally. Or, well, never mind. It's not at 60 FPS. So 30 times every second. Can you guys see the whole thing right? Like the canvas and everything in the drawing is right because I don't know how it looks. I'm using a separate program like a Windows app to air airdrop my screen to my computer to air share whatever the fuck the thing is. So I'm sharing my screen through this app and I'm screen recording it through OBS. Okay, so it's like this. It's like this. We're watching a live stream of a live stream of a live stream. Yeah, drawception. Yeah, pretty much. Like I was worried there was gonna be a lot of delay, but there's like a 1 or 2 second delay in between like me making a brushstroke. No, there's literally it's nearly instant. It's nearly instantaneous. Uh, from when I do a brushstroke on my iPad for it like sharing it to my computer, it's nearly instantaneous. There's barely any delay. But I was more worried about the quality and about like the video stuttering or something. You can do both Twitch and YouTube live together. I don't know how to do that. Is it going to lag my computer a lot more because it's already very demanding for my shitty laptop to stream twice to stream on YouTube and to open up like a new tab on my browser at the same time. And I'm already sharing this, which kind of lacks the whole thing as well, like the this Windows sharing application. What iPad version do you got there? I don't know. I think it's like ninth generation. I don't remember. The vid quality is good. I'm interested on doing the on live streaming on Twitch as well. Like I wouldn't mind streaming on both platforms at the same time. I'm just worried that it's going to lag the fuck up my computer. But I would do it. Although I prefer streaming on YouTube, of course, because my audience is already here, and I want the people to, you know. Oh shit! No, it's not worth it then. OBS has add-ons for multiple streaming. I will try it. I'll probably do like a test or something, and if it doesn't lag my computer too much, I'll stick to it. Let me see if this consumes a lot of resources, like this um, program. Oh no, it really doesn't. It barely consumes any CPU or memory. So I think like if I don't have any random tab open, or if I'm not using Photoshop, if I'm only doing this, it may be possible. It may happen. It may be happening. You should just hold your money to upgrade your hardware. You know what? Actually, I downgraded my hardware. I used to have a very nice computer. I used to have like the gaming computer. I used to have an RTX 3060 when it was like a high end computer. Nowadays it's like very outdated, but when it used to be great, when it used to be, it's still a very good graphics card. I had like a Ryzen 5 and a bunch of RAM. But because I was so video game addicted, I ended up just giving away my computer. I gave the computer to my brother. So I was like, hey, I don't want this. You have it. Why are you streaming without a shirt exactly? Because I can. Because it's my channel and I do whatever I want. And also because I'm studying anatomy, so I have a very handy reference here. Yeah, it is my channel, so if you don't like it, fuck off. Yeah, and it's also really, really damn hot, and I don't want to have the fan on because it's going to make a bunch of noise, and that's going to be kind of annoying. I forget how to draw Jesus. Do you follow a particular exercise routine? I don't know if you mean about drawing. I learn perspective, and what I do now is basically studying one thing. Like one day I'm gonna study this thing, maybe human anatomy. The next day I'm going to study car engines. The next day I'm going to study this sort of thing. So I take the time to study one thing one day, or like right now this last week I have been focusing mostly on anatomy, human anatomy. But it is like a healthy thing. Okay, today I'm just going to focus on drawing and studying boats or cars or this thing, and tomorrow I'm going to study this other thing. So you have like a lot of variety. I'm struggling. I'm studying forms, but I don't know how to merge form. Do you know any source? I don't know what you mean by merging form. Do you mean perspective? Like 3D form? You just gotta study perspective a lot. Like, grab a bunch of, draw a bunch of boxes for an entire year straight, like I did, and you're going to improve your 3D space awareness. Yeah, perspective will enhance your ability to see shapes and to detaching, like, not only is going to help you to detach in your mind and rotate things like mechanical things, but also organic things. Like, imagine I have like my shoulder here, and I can see like the separation of the muscles, and I understand the anatomy so well that I can, in my mind, I can detach my trap, or I can detach my shoulder from like this area, or I can detach my arm, or I can detach my neck, and I can see how it kind of connect. So if I'm going to draw, if I'm going to draw it like this, I can separate. I can literally chop off my head like this, and I can draw it. Perspective is foundational. Yeah, but perspective, the foundation of perspective will is that it's going to improve your mind. Not so much your drawings. That is going to be a little bit more trivial, but it's going to improve the way that you see and you interact with the shapes. How do you draw a bunch of boxes in perspective that look like they're in the same environment? I'm going to show you the way that I did, but what I actually did was just drawing them. I would just draw a bunch of boxes. Like, I would even struggle to draw like a single box, and I was trying to figure out how to do it. I wouldn't look up any tutorials or anything. I would just be like, okay, I'm gonna draw a box like this, and the more you keep adding boxes, the more your intuition is going to, you will intuitively know what to do. But it's by basically following the vanishing points. Like, that is the short answer. So the way that I used to do it, the way that I used to practice is like, I literally did this exercise for an entire year. I drew a vanishing point. I drew the eye level or the horizon line, and from this point, I would just be like, do this, drawing boxes like this, using that guideline. I would just do this a bunch. And eventually, it something clicked for me. It's like, oh, okay, I figured it out. This is a very important skill to acquire. You're gonna be using this all of the time. Every time you draw, you're gonna be using this. And eventually you stop using these guidelines and you start using the other boxes that you already have as like its own reference. Artists sneak contour lines through cloth folds. Yeah, and also even skin. Even skin, you can find a way of using like the folds and everything as contour lines to kind of emphasize the form even more. So like when you're drawing like a finger, for example, you use like the wrinkles. You know, you have like some wrinkles in your on your finger. You use them as like a guide as well. Shit, you get the point. That terrible fucking hand. Okay, I'm still figuring it out. Figuring out hands specifically. Like 50%, I figured out hands. 50%. Because the shapes are fucking annoying. I hate drawing hands, but it's easier when you understand the 3D form. Mm, Hands are just like the mannequins. They literally follow like the same simplification process where you turn like organic shapes into boxes, and it's no different. Like you can turn hands into boxes because hands are also very simplifiable into boxes. If you grab your hand and chop off your fingers, you're left with a very thin box, pretty much. And the only thing that's left to do once you have that box and you know how to attach it to the forearm is to understand each finger as an individual 3D shape. So if you don't know how to draw, like if you're struggling drawing every individual finger, you draw them like glued together, kind of like this. The fingers are glued together. So instead of having to draw four individual 3D like cylinders, you only have to draw like a huge individual 3D, like kind of like a glove or something. So you go from this to this. It's just a matter of seeing even the smaller things as 3D objects that you can fold and that you can see in perspective. This is why breaking things down in cylinders in this case help a lot. Sign economy type of bit. I think more people should prioritize perspective more than economy. Challenging channeling cynics in that hand. Really? Like I think he something he's not, and I don't mean to shit on him or anything, but I think he doesn't use a lot of perspective, or that his perspective is kind of flat, so he can make up with good designs, but still I think you can have extremely crappy and ugly, unappealing designs, but as long as your perspective is good, I think that's more important. I think your art will look better if you have even shit design, but you have good perspective. And this is not so much for the sake of like economy, which yes, I mean, if you're too lazy to draw each individual thing, or if you're doing something very fast, this is how you simplify it. You glue it together. So you have your five fingers, right, that each have individual joints and everything. But if you glue them together like this, they start to move like a big thing, like their own thing is now a one shape instead. And the important thing is to visualize that. But it doesn't matter if you are good at designing things if you can't understand how things rotate and if you can't move them around intuitively. If you don't have in mind the vanishing points, for example. Mm, he has some pieces with nasty fisheye lens or perspective. I have no idea. I should practice more hands. Like not giving a fuck too much about the actual lines and focusing solely on the perspective and while separating the joints of the finger, like breaking them down in like the yeah, the three joints really help. But again, it's easier to go from this to this, from the low, from this hand to this hand, than to try to draw the whole hand right away, like without warming up first or without getting used to seeing these rectangular boxy shape in your hand. Then eventually you're not going to need the box. You're going to be able to visualize it. I made it a little bit too wide. No, it's fine. How does it? I'm just gonna leave it like this. Okay, why does the screen look like this? This looks like shit. What? I'm looking at the light stream. The stream looks super terrible. Okay, I'm gonna have to restart this thing. Why did nobody tell me? Why did nobody tell me that it was like? Well, to be fair, I don't think anyone was looking at my screen anyways. I hope you guys are drawing. I'm gonna have to be careful. I'm gonna have to be looking at the stream very often to see if it starts looking weird or something. I don't know if you guys like. How does it look better? Because Procreate has like a setting where I can focus the canvas, like I can isolate it, so I can do this, and you will only be able to see the canvas without the UI. I think it's yeah here. Do you like it better like this? Is it like easier to? I'm just gonna revert it back because if I zoom in, you're not gonna be able to see it. But I mean, it's cool that you have the option at least, so you can share the screen on your TV or something, and you can only see the actual canvas. So you don't have all the headache of zooming in and out like this. It's already been almost 2 hours with the UI window. I mean, I was wondering, or I was trying to change it because the quality is not very good. It looks kind of pixelated if I don't zoom in because I draw relatively small, so whenever I draw something, it's going to look pixelated unless I zoom in. So you're not gonna be able to see it properly if I have the project canvas thing enabled. It's fine. I'm just gonna leave it like this. Has anyone signed up for your coaching? So far, no. But it's because I haven't been uploading too many videos. I've only uploaded like two drawing videos and like one actual like presentation or class. But still need to figure out how to do it. I was thinking of taking the weekends off, so I can record the videos on the weekends and I post it throughout the week, like one video a week or something. I post one video a week, one video presentation, whatever you want to call it, and I do the daily live streams from Monday to Friday. So I have time to do the rest, and I also have the weekend to hang out with friends and be a healthy person. Yeah, I was so excited to wake up and draw today. I was also drawing last night. Like I didn't do the live stream. I will hopefully start doing the actual daily live streams from today forward. Because again, I was just organizing my schedule and everything, getting used to it because it was a little different, right? A little bit harder to wake up so early when I was already used to going to bed so super late. But yeah, thankfully I managed to get some sleep today, so I don't think I'm gonna take any nap or anything. Okay, I'm going to practice the Asaro head because why not? I don't draw enough Asaro heads. It's like a way of contrasting the information that I already have about skulls. Yep. I mean, I don't know how trivial doing Asaro studies are. If you already know the skull really well. I think for adding or to boxify, so to speak, the facial features like the nose or the actual eyes, I think that is the only reasonable way or the only use that you would really give to this. I forgot to something really annoying about Procreate or about the iPad is that the brightness of the screen kind of stutters. I don't know why that happens. Like the brightness, I think randomly just goes down and then up again, and it's just very distracting. I think you can change that. Yeah, keeps dimming. Yes, it also, but it does it in a very annoying way. Let me try to change it. I think I know how to do it. Mm, display in text size. Yeah, yeah, okay. I disabled it now. That's weird. I don't remember having that enabled. Okay. No, Asaro head. Now, whenever I want to find something like a reference for something, I go to Sketchfab always because I can rotate the thing. Like it doesn't make any sense for me to. It doesn't make any sense for me to go to like Google Images when I can go into this website and rotate the object. Okay, I'm looking at the Asaro head and I'm trying to compare them to the knowledge that I have on like human skulls. It's like you look at a head. Are you gonna try 3D modeling softwares? No, I don't think I will. That doesn't. I don't know. I don't feel like I'll be doing that. I'm probably just gonna stick with normal drawing, maybe painting every now and then. But I don't think I'm gonna do 3D modeling. I tried it a few times in the past. I downloaded this app on iPad called Nomad Sculpt that allows you to just do like random 3D modeling, and it's very optimized for very intuitive and very easy to use. I tried using Blender because one day I felt like, oh, I want to learn 3D sculpting. I want to see if I can 3D sculpt a head. But then I was like, okay, I have no idea how to use Blender. The UI is so complicated and I don't know what I'm doing. So I eventually found Nomad Sculpt. I tried it for a few days and then I got bored. Then I thought, oh, I'm pretty bad at this. I am really terrible at this. Guess I'm gonna try drawing the Asaro head. I mean, I don't really think is going to be that particularly useful, but I guess for like, the Asaro head is good because it sharpens the planes of the face and makes the perspective so much more easy to sense, to understand, to acknowledge the perspective and the lines, the perspective lines. So I think that is the good thing about the Asaro head, that it forces you to draw it in perspective because everything is very angular and everything like the lines, the perspective lines are very emphasized and exaggerated. It also helps with lighting. Yeah, there is a website. There is a website where you have an Asaro head and you can change the type of lighting. So you can. It's like a video and it goes over like all different sorts of lighting. So like down, from like above or underneath the Asaro head, so you can see how it interacts with the planes, and you can use that as a reference as well to see how the simplified planes of the face react to light, to different light sources. Okay, the auto brightness thing is still on, and that is bugging me a bit, even though I turned it off. So I didn't really do anything. Okay, so right now I'm drawing an Asaro head from imagination. At first, I was going to draw another hand, but once I did the box, I said, fuck it, I'm gonna draw the Asaro head. I don't know if you guys can see it. Yeah, this is actually a very good practice for the brain. I actually kind of changed my mind. This is really fun. Okay, from this point, it would be like I'm not gonna look at the reference. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to look at the reference because I'm fucking up. And I'm making it way boxier than the actual Asaro head, just for the sake of I made the forehead so big. Okay, so the mouth would go like you have any art communities you're in? do you plan on making? I have a Discord server. I have a public Discord server. I don't really I don't really lurk any communities, any art communities. But I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Whoa, this guy's beautiful. This guy's beautiful today. First thing I checked was your bio, and I didn't think about the description. Yeah, how dare you? How dare you irrespect me like that? Now you're gonna have to buy all of my mentorships. I mean, this was my honest attempt at doing an Asaro head from memory. You're really good at painting. Why switch to study drawing? Because I already mastered painting. I'm waiting for them to release painting too. So in the meantime, I'm just drawing. No, all right, but seriously, I had been neglecting drawing for so long. And then I said, okay, I'm gonna study this seriously. Okay, I'm going to study the fundamentals, and I'm gonna see where this goes because I'm really interested on learning once I know what my potential is. Like there was a point where I thought, okay, I can be really good, but in order for that to happen, I need to get to this point. Like I found drawing more exciting in a way because of the challenge. I'm not saying I mastered painting. Of course I didn't. There are so many things that I would still need to improve at painting still. But it's more about the mystery, right? It's more about figuring out this new thing that caught my attention. It's about, whoa, look at all the opportunities and look at all the challenges that this is going to unlock once you like when you dedicate to this specifically. Because I haven't been enjoying painting as much. I have been enjoying drawing more, especially last year and well early this year. I gave way more priority to painting, and I focused the entire channel on painting, the entire YouTube channel. So now I'm like, okay, I'm gonna balance things a little bit. I'm gonna focus mostly on this. Hi, Swert. Swert. What is up? What is up? I'm gonna draw another Asaro head. I'm already running out of space. Oops. How have you been? Really good. I have been amazing because today I didn't sleep deprive myself. Like seriously, I my sleeping schedule has been so fucked. And today I finally went to bed fairly early, earlier than usual. And I'm like, okay, okay, I'm actually gonna get some sleep. And I was actually waking up at night a lot because I was just really excited. I wanted to wake up and draw and record like the live stream. And I was like, okay, I spent most of the night drawing a lot, and then no, I don't have insomnia. I'm just an idiot and I spend too much time doing bullshit before going to sleep. I spend too much time procrastinating. It's just like lack of discipline. So yesterday I finally said, okay, fuck it, I'm going to bed earlier for fuck's sake. But I went to like before going to bed, I spent basically the whole night just drawing and practicing and I didn't want to stop. I was like, I want to keep going, but I have to wake up early tomorrow, so I'm just gonna go to bed. I went to bed and I spent like 15 to 20 minutes thinking about drawing and drawing in my mind and thinking about how excited I am for waking up tomorrow. And I woke up multiple times at night because I wasn't used to sleep that much. So I was like, oh my god, when's the alarm going to go off? I was like, whoa, did I miss the alarm or something? I'm sleeping for longer than expected. But I really needed some rest. So whenever you see me taking naps, whenever you see me taking naps midstream, it's not because I'm burnt out or anything. I didn't get burnt out. I never get burnout. It's because I'm stupid and I'm sleep deprived and I'm just sleepy and my brain would just doesn't work anymore. So I need to just get some rest. It's just my brain telling me, hey, stop being an idiot. Man's chronically artistic. Yeah. I've heard the term chronically offline. You know how the term chronically online is being used a lot. I want to be chronically offline. I know I'm technically online right now, but of course this is my job and I'm not um, fooling around, I'm not scrolling or anything. I want to be as chronically offline as possible. I just want to draw and do nothing else. Turn his gaming addiction to drawing addiction. I have a friend, my current best friend, who he's also like he's amazing. He is also, developing himself and finding his purpose in life and trying to just improve his life. Not getting complacent. And I really appreciate him because he's been really supportive towards this goal that I have. And the guy spent his whole childhood or teenage years playing Minecraft, and he used to be one of the best Minecraft players, like PvP players and survival, whatever. And he told me he one day he had the realization, oh, I'm so good at this. What if I had spent all of this time into building myself? And he told me he was like a little a little sad for a moment. He was feeling like, oh my god, I wasted my life. I spent years of my life, 8, 10 hours every day on this video game. Imagine, he told me, imagine what I could have been if I had put all of this effort and all of this time into something else. Yeah. You know, people don't just spend their day doing nothing. People want to do stuff. People are craving for something to do. It's part of our nature. And I prefer, honestly, to do this than, what 99% of people do, that is just doing some bullshit on their phone or playing video games. So whenever you see someone in my comment section telling me that I'm gonna get burned or something, just know that those people are brain dead. Those people spend that amount of time daily on social media being a bunch of useless people, basically. Because again, we have the natural craving to do stuff, to progress at something, to grow. And this is not for everyone. Yeah. People tell me, "Oh, there was some comment. I read some comment like yesterday in the video I made about me drawing for 12 hours, where I got a lot of backlash from it. And there was someone saying, I tried doing that and I wanted to kill myself. I got depression or something along those lines. Bro, I woke up today and I thought about that comment while I was in the shower. And the first thing that I thought is, I can't relate to this. I can't relate to this. 99% of people are not going to understand this ever in their entire life, but I can't relate to this at all. At all. I'm the happiest person to be doing this right now. You need absolute boredom to stop doom scrolling. Yeah, boredom is such a healthy thing. People don't realize it, but being bored is a privilege. People don't know how to be bored. People just can just sit in silence without doing anything, but they they're so brain rotted that they are not even able to do that. And I'm also including myself here. I used to be like this, and I still like this a little bit. This is why I'm doing so much of an effort to improve myself. You gotta have a good mindset when doing sessions like this. Yeah, you also need to have a healthy brain. You need to have a healthy brain because if you spend already 6 hours a day on social media or playing video games, you're not going to be able to do this. You're not going to be able to Even not even for the actual time that you spend on this, but because you are going to be so stimulated that this is not going to be even fun anymore. Imagine if I spent all day playing video games. I'm not going to crave art and drawing as much as I do. Because let's be real, art is really fun. But playing video games is just more stimulating for the brain. It's basically instant dopamine. So my brain is going to say, "Hey, give me the video games, give me the scrolling, give me the junk food, give me the stupid Netflix show." And the last thing that I'm gonna be craving is art. This is the problem that most people have. Creating is better than consuming. Yes. This is why I want to be as chronically offline as possible. Like even though I'm present, I'm here present, recording the videos and doing the live streams. This is something that I was gonna do anyways. So I might as well recording. I don't think this counts as being online really because I'm not doing some bullshit. I'm not commenting on the new latest celebrity drama or something like most people do. Like the famous influencers. Oh, this drama is huge. Oh, crazy drama between this YouTuber and this other YouTuber. You won't really burn out if you're having fun. This is why I optimize for having fun. I optimize for fun. Like most of what I have been doing to improve my art has been increasing the amount of fun that I have by cutting off the rest, by eliminating the other stimulating things. Even junk food. I don't eat junk food anymore. The Epstein situation is crazy. Yeah, and I'm very guilty of this. Like the reason I'm telling you this is because I consume this bullshit every now and then, and I feel horrible. I feel like, whoa, my brain should not be focused on this. What the fuck am I doing? The Darth Luigi situation is crazy. Yeah, Darth Luigi just started a new OnlyFans. How long did it take for your brain to change? Well, it's not like just pressing a switch. It's not like just pressing a button where it changed now. It is completely changed all of a sudden. It is a progressive thing. It is more of like a progress bar. Where? Uh. So I remember when I was 15, when I was around 15, when I was 15, I remember I finally bought my dream computer, my dream gaming computer. Finally have the gaming computer that I have been wanting for years. And I was chronically addicted to Fortnite, Call of Duty, watching some bullshit. I wouldn't really leave my room. And one day I was like, okay, I need to do something with my life. I need to do something with my life. I need to get my shit together because I was still making art, but I wasn't very consistent. Why? Because I was playing video games and doing some bullshit. So I was basically spending all day and playing video games with my Discord friends. And one day I decided, okay, it's my birthday. I'm turning 16, 15. Let me do something with my life. I started to go out more. I started to socialize and talk to people. I started to exercise and be a healthier individual in general. Focus more on my art. I wasn't as serious really, but I started to I said, okay, I'm gonna focus more on art. That is the main thing that I have going on here in my life. And I wanted I the urge to change, to better myself, happened when I was around 15, 16. Of course, I was struggling all along. Like all of this time, it's just a constant struggle. It's not like, okay, I'm going to improve myself and the progress is going to be linear. It's not fucking linear at all. It never is. You know you're going in the right direction because you are consciously you are struggling. And I'm fucking up so much every day, but you don't give up. It takes time. It's not sexy. It's not like how to improve your life instantly. No, fuck you. No, it doesn't work like that. It took me like I'm 19 right now. I turned 19 a few months ago, and I'm still kind of struggling. Again, if I had to do this all by myself, I would be fucked. If I had to draw this long without doing this, without you guys keeping me accountable, it would be really hard because I don't have the focus. But it's something you train. You do everything that's in your control. If you don't have the focus, you figure it out. Okay, I'm gonna live stream. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna draw outside, so I don't have anything else fun or stimulating to do. So it does take time. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. It's just what I did was just progressively quitting these bad habits whilst building new ones, and it eventually it worked by just replacing the bad habits. And I ended up just brute forcing like some of the habits, like getting rid of I got rid of my gaming computer. It didn't even last a year. I was like, okay, I got my gaming computer finally, and I gave it away to my brother because I was like, bro, I don't want this shit. I don't want this in my life. You can have it. And he was like, oh, okay, fair enough, thank you. And he gave me his iPad. This iPad is used to be from my brother. He gave it to me, and from that point, I would play video games like once every 6 months. I'm telling you, like currently, I would play video games once every 6 months or so, because every now and then I was like, I would be like, man, in those moments of weakness when you're like when your mind is like very fucked, and you say, okay, just I would hop on Roblox or do some random bullshit, play for a while, get bored, and then quitting for another 6 months. Yeah, you think that the bad habits that you have are like the cause of your problems, are like the root cause of your problems. No, the problem is not social media. The problem is not video games. The problem is not whatever your addiction is. Maybe even actual drugs, because there are a lot of people who are addicted to drugs as well. I can't relate to that. I thankfully was never addicted to drugs or did any drug, but these things are symptoms basically. It's not that the drug is the problem, it's that they are symptoms of a bigger problem, which is a poor mental health. It's a poor mental health for not being a healthy person, for not going outside, for not for being lonely. Most of it comes from being lonely, from not having a purpose, especially as a man. When you don't have a purpose and you're just navigating life aimlessly, you will feel depressed and you will try to fill that void. There is a quote that I like that I relate a lot with. It goes something like, I don't know who said it. Um, in peaceful conditions, the warlike man attacks himself. So in a certain way, this is my way of coping with that lack of war, that lack of um, doing something and working towards my goals. Yeah, I wouldn't call this like a cope, like because it's the actual thing I know I have to be doing. But yeah, yeah. And once you heal your brain, once you start being healthy, I that is also my main focus to to do this in a healthy way. I don't want to do this in the autistic way of not like staying all day inside of my room, not eating healthy, not seeing sunlight, not going outside, not going for walks, not talking to people. That is not exercising. That is a very shitty way of doing it. So for example, yesterday after drawing, after spending the evening drawing, I went to the gym. I talked to people. I talked to like an old man, like a 70-year-old man who was really nice. He invited me to a coffee, and we like he was a very healthy man, a very athletic man. And oh man, this sounds super gay, doesn't it? We started talking about nutrition and shit, and bonding a little bit. But yeah, it's healthy to just make relationships and to not neglect the human part of you who wants to bond with people and to um, work towards a certain goal. Destroying yourself to find yourself is very common on men now. Yes. You know what? We should be grateful, or at least in my case, I'm very grateful because I had a shitty childhood, because I was lonely, because I was bullied, because I was rejected, because I had a lot of addictions and fucked up mental health. I'm very grateful for that because that's what led to this point in my life. If I didn't had have all of that struggle in my life, in my early life, if I had a life of comfort where adversity wouldn't have been a thing, I wouldn't be here. I would have gotten complacent. I'll be like, I already have a good life. I don't feel lonely because I have this group of people who are not even the best. They're like losers, but I don't feel lonely because I have them. And I actually was a very deficient student. I have very terrible grades. Like I wasn't the worst, but I was there. I had very shitty grades in school. I was bullied a lot by my teachers, by my schoolmates, and I ended up dropping out basically because I was like, man, I don't want to be here. I just want to find myself or some shit. So I told my parents, "Hey, I want to find myself." Yeah, some like vague stuff like, "Oh, I want to find myself. I want to find my direction in life." I didn't even know what that even meant. I was just like, "Man, I want to play video games all fucking day. I want to do whatever I want. I don't want to be here in school with these shitty people doing stuff that I don't, you know, just to feel more depressed and wanting to kill myself." And thanks to me dropping out is the reason why I'm here right now. It's the reason why I'm able to pursue this right now. And you have the other people, my other classmates in high school, who had a more decent life, who had a more positive feedback loop, so to speak. They don't have this drive, they don't have this burning passion inside because they don't know what it's like to face adversity, to face your own demons. They're just like, okay, I have a decent life, so I don't have the need to improve myself in any way because my life's already good. What's gonna happen to those people when they get to 25, 30 years old? Their life is gonna go down. And what happens to people like me, for example? Their life goes down at first, but it ends up going up in the end, way higher than the average person. This is what adversity has to offer. Adversity is great, it's a great thing. Facing your own demons and fucking up, it is really important to develop growth. I think I ramble too much. So, I mean, that's why we're here in the end, to ramble and tell some stories in the end. But I I'm going to continue drawing. Going to continue drawing now. I have to make sure that the iPad is charging, is connected to like the thing, because most of the time it's not charging. Like half of the time it's not even working. The stupid thing. So I don't know if you can see it, but the charger is all, it's like peeled, and you can see like the wires are all exposed, and probably gonna need to have to like buy another one. Isn't that so the viewers get to know you? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to find a way of like a balance for telling stories and actually giving value and talk about art. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's not only for like the sole purpose of, yeah, I'm opening up so you buy my course. It's more, which is not a, it's not a lie, of course. I want you to relate to me, but I also want to, I want people who are similar to me to relate to me, to relate to my story. So the people who really like me stick around, because not a lot of people have like the balls to talk about these things. They're like, they always have a flat personality, and say the things people expect them, or that what they think people expect them to say, or want them to say, instead of being honest and authentic. So I want to filter out my audience. So the people who think, oh, I also think drawing for 12 hours a day is a cool thing. I also think you should focus on your personal development. Those people are going to stick around. And that's what I want, even if they're only like 1,000 people. Maybe out of the 14,000 subscribers that I have, 1,000 are going to stick around and actually like me, like my personal, my personality, the way that I am. I'm not gonna hide that from anyone because I know that, why would I do that? For the few people who stick around, No, I want them to. Of course, I want those type of people to follow me and relate to me. I don't want the type of people who kind of hate me. Okay, I'm following this guy, but I don't really agree with some of this guy's things, and I kind of hate him, but I still comment on his videos. That is so horrible. That is such a horrible dynamic where you're a content creator and you don't even like your own audience and vice versa. And also the people who buy from you, the people who buy like your coaching are way shittier, are lower quality because it's like, okay, they don't even like you that much. They don't agree with you. Like imagine if I make a joke about trans people, for example, because that is what I like. Whatever, I make a joke about trans people because I find that funny. There is going to be someone who is not going to like that joke, and that's fine because that is my way of filtering out the audience. Because I want the few people who relate to me to relate to me as much as possible, even in these little things. Because if that's not the case, then your own audience is going to hate you, is going to dislike you. So the idea is that I'm able to attract the type of people who agree so much with me that you end up thinking, whoa, you and I are basically the same person. Because how cool is that? Like, I want that to happen. Not only because I want those people to buy from me, because I also want to make friends like that. Of course, I'm also a fucking human. I want to make friends who also think the same and share the same values as I do. Isn't that a slippery slope? No, it's they're not yes men. They're not yes men. They're just people who share similar values. Because it doesn't serve me in any way to surround myself with people who don't agree with or who don't agree and don't share my values. Because for example, I don't expect my best friend to agree with me in everything. I might tell him, "Hey, I want to do this. I want to do this draw for 12 hours a day," and he may say, "Um, I mean, are you sure?" Like he may give me some advice or to like think the decision, but he does it from like a point of, "Hey, I want to help you," right? But when someone is like shares different values in a way where they think, "Oh no, I don't think that's healthy. I think it's better to watch Netflix and be a fucking bitch every now and then." That's when I don't think that would be a healthy thing to surround yourself with people like that, with people who are not like-minded in their own values, right? Because one thing is having different opinions about something, and one thing is having different values, sharing different values as the other person, right? Because my best friend would probably not be my best friend if he told me, "Oh yeah, I spend most of my day playing video games and I'm happy with that." And he looked at me weird when I tell him that you should improve yourself and that I want to draw for most of the day and be healthy. And he suddenly tells me, "Oh no, I don't want to do that. What the fuck? I want to play video games all day and eat some junk food." That would be different. That would be different. And trust me, when you find someone like that, even if you think, "Oh, you're surrounding yourself with yes men," it you can just sense it. You can reach a flow state with that person like no other. When you can talk about the same things and you feel like you're speaking the same language as this person. That is something very beautiful. And that is something that I'm also feel like I'm doing a service to the people who watch me, because I know there are some people who think the same as I do, and these people are gonna think, "Whoa, this guy knows what I'm talking about. This guy understands me." I completely agree with this guy. Even if it's only one person, I will be happy because in the end, I know we are all fucking lonely, and once you take the initiative to stop being like a one-dimensional person and you want to improve yourself, there are not many people like that. Yeah, I want people who share my own values, where we can talk about the same things and hype each other up. Because again, one thing is having the same values and another thing is having the same opinions. Because if I go up to my friend and I give him my opinion about, I don't know, trans people, and he tells me, "Oh no, I actually don't think that way. I think this should be different, or I think it's better to approach this in this way or something." I would respect that because it is an opinion. But when it comes to lifestyle, well, to be fair, it's kind of tricky to trace to draw that line in like opinions and values and everything. But when it comes to your lifestyle and the decisions that you make about your own life, and especially the decisions that you take to grow as a person, I think that is where I draw the line, basically. And when I say, okay, I wanna meet more people like this, not necessarily with the same opinions, but with the same, yeah. I think this is our head looks kind of weird. Yeah, I think the cheekbones should be like wider. The nose should probably be smaller. I wonder if there's like a more like a boxier Asaro head. I think there is. Yeah, okay, so I messed up here. It would be like this. Should be more like this. Okay, I think I get it. Yeah, I think this is as boxy as you can get. I'll just have to draw this 200 times until I get good at drawing faces now. This should be narrower. This pen is getting all sweaty and disgusting. Jesus. It's rainy seasons over here at the moment. It hasn't rained here since like 3 months or something. In like 3 months. Never mind, a little bit less, but Jesus Christ, it's been so hot. I had my blinds closed for like I don't like doing that because I'm not able to see the fucking sunlight. But I have to, otherwise I'm gonna be waking up, literally cooking myself alive. There isn't a worse feeling than that. Jesus Christ. I actually don't like using pure digital black. I use I use this greenish black color that is kind of black. I don't know why I like it. Looks pretty sick. I don't like this. Can I get rid of this? Can I? Fuck, I struggle so much with proportions of the face. Well, not so much, just barely. I've gotten way better since I started doing the skull thing, drawing human skulls. Love the hand. Eh, I guess I'm getting a little bit better at the hands. I just need to like the only thing that's left for me to unlock level of 100 is to get rid of this box here, and or to replace this box with the actual stupid organic shape of the hand that is hard to draw, even more than the fingers. Which is, I guess, it shouldn't be like. It's like when you're drawing feet. When you're drawing a foot, what I do is just draw like the kind of like this. So then I can draw the fingers, the toes, the fingers, the foot fingers as like the kind of like a mannequin, and you can still bend the toes. or curl them. Oops. However you want. It's probably not reading super well. Nice to do something productive while hanging around here. Yeah. We are being productive, ladies and gentlemen. This is peak productivity. Hope I'm doing a good job motivating you guys with my. Help you guys study anatomy. This is such an ugly foot. I don't know how long I'm going to be practicing anatomy because it's been like a week already. So it's gonna take some time until I get good. Oh, Jesus. Just wiping my desk. This is my take on the shoulder. Hello, all Marcus. So yeah, guys, when it comes to learning anatomy, I think the most important thing, like it's not only copying what you see, right? Learning anatomy is or studying anatomy is not just okay. I'm looking at a sexy physique like like mine. I'm not looking at a human body and I'm just mindlessly copying what I'm seeing. It's more about understanding. It's more about taking mental notes. You have to take mental notes of what your own interpretation of the human body. So, for example, my interpretation, my mental notes on the human body, on certain parts or certain areas. I'm gonna give you an example in a moment. But yeah, basically, the more mental notes you take, the better, and that means that you are going to get, store more little, more interpretations and more simplifications, whatever you want to call them in your mind. So how does from what I've been observing, how does the shoulder connect with the chest here and the traps, the collarbone with this part, with the torso and the back? Because the shoulder is kind of here, but it connects here. You can see how it there is like you have the front delt here that's kind of taking the upper part of the chest a little bit, and it's just like the shoulder part, this part, there is like a hole here. I visualize it like a hole. So I know this is something I can detach from the body and I can retach and I can destroy it like that. Because most when you go to like post my art or like these websites where you have the mannequins, the way that they will represent the shoulder is more of like a sphere. It's more of like a almost like a toy or like a wooden mannequin thing, whatever. More like this. Just straight up like a ball, right? And I personally don't think this is the best way to simplify it, or because it doesn't help you to really understand how it connects. And even then, you have this little dimple on the shoulder that is where it connects with the collarbone, with like this part here, bam, just like here. It creates like a little dimple, like here, I think. Not here, not here. It's kind of somewhere around here. I'm sure. And those are the mental notes that you keep taking progressively until you do that with everything, with how things connect with each other, and you will be great at drawing anatomy. Hold on a second, I'm hurting my arm a little bit. I'm adjusting the armrest on my chair. My lower back is killing me, Jesus. I'm just gonna keep drawing Asaro heads. Mm, mm, mm. Okay. Yeah, I guess combining the Asaro head with drawing the skulls is like very good combination. The only thing is that of course you have to observe them. It doesn't matter if you are just mindlessly drawing them. You really got to pay attention to what they look. Oops. The Apple Pencil's gonna die. I want to turn the fan on. It's so fucking hot in here. This is such a tricky angle, Jesus Christ. Okay, I should draw more women, more female bodies. This is so stupid, but I have genuine. It is good. It is good. Like I'm telling you, I have issues doing X, like attaching the boobs to the ribcage, for example, which is like a genuine. Um, like I can do like male pecs, but Jesus, to turn that into actual like breast mass is a little tricky, in my opinion. It's not tricky when you like if I draw the rib cage right before doing that, but it is important that you identify this weakness of yours. Like, okay, I'm having trouble connecting the shoulder with this part or doing this in this other part. So you know to give full priority to that until you no longer have like that the question. Okay, how do I do it? You know, when you're drawing it and you can't, you ask yourself, okay, how do I do it? And you practice that. How do you answer yourself the question? By looking at a lot of reference until you no longer have the question, and you do this with every single part of the body, human body. I like this. Yeah, it's not a terrible attempt. Mm, I'm about to give you guys a tip for visualizing things, which is more a tip for myself. It's more a reminder for myself. It is really important that you visualize what you're going to draw. Even if it's a little bit, even if it's even a little bit, it's better than nothing. And even if it's silly, even if the pose that you're thinking is not particularly interesting or dynamic or anything, just visualize it. Visualize it and try to screenshot, try to save that image that you created, even if it's very vague, even if it's not very clear. At least the concept of the image. Coming up with interesting poses and everything, it's kind of another thing. It's like, okay, think of a pose. Think of a pose. Like visualize yourself doing a pose. Visualize yourself right now. Close your eyes and visualize raising an arm and doing a certain pose, for example, or the time you went to like the park and you were doing a certain pose there. Maybe you were laying on the grass or something, or you were doing this thing. Try to really feel the pose and try to draw it, even if it's not very clear in your head. Visualize the pose. Visualize, okay, what eye level do I want this pose to be? How can you guys draw in white background? It hurts my eyes. I don't know. I'm used to it. Like, do you color your background? Do you draw in like black background with white lines, or how does that work? I just like the look of it, the contrast and everything. Right. I guess I could. I guess I could do this. Right. I don't think I like it. Okay. Okay. Whoa, it's been 4 hours already. Jesus. Oh, wait, at 18 viewers? 18 people. Hello, 18 viewers. What's up? Okay, I guess I'm gonna start another canvas. Hold on a minute. Let me restart this. Mm, all right, good. Good, good. I guess I'm trying some more anatomy. Hmm. Do you plan on painting, grayscaling stuff? What do you mean? If I plan on doing some painting here, I don't think so. Because look, let me explain you why. I'm not a fan of painting in Procreate, and to be honest, the pen pressure here is so um it is really trashy because I can't calibrate each brush individually. Or I think I don't know if they updated it, but you can only have like a an idea like a one pen pressure sensitivity setting for everything. And I have it pretty much set up for this one brush that has a very specific size jitter thing. And if I change that, it's going to mess with the rest of the brushes. Because look, let me try to. This is the round brush. It doesn't work too well. The pen pressure is not very good. And if I change that, I'm gonna mess with the other brush. And I don't want that. Although it's not horrible, let me tell you. But I don't think I'm gonna be doing any painting, honestly. Because I hate the brushes here. I used to do painting here in Procreate and they look kind of nice. But I don't know, I'm just not a fan. It's not horrible though, but I just wouldn't. Okay, guys. I'm gonna take a little break. I'll be back in like a second. I'm gonna let the iPad charge a little bit because it's like charging properly. I don't know if I turn this off, is it gonna keep recording the screen? Okay. Alright. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. And of course, this stopped recording the screen as expected. I am going to turn the fan on. Hopefully, it's not super annoying. What's up? I said I wasn't gonna paint. I wasn't gonna do any painting, but now I'm curious because I may be able to try to do some watercoloring since the round brush is not going to allow me to work from dark to light. I might as well do it the other way around. Work from dark to no wait, light to dark. Light to dark, yeah. Light to dark because I have no other option basically. So yeah, I'll try doing some painting. See how it turns out. You should try exaggeration sometimes. Exaggeration of what? There are a lot of things that you can exaggerate. What exactly would you want me to exaggerate? Because in order for you to successfully exaggerate something, you gotta really know the object first, or the anatomy of what you want to exaggerate. Body or face, I don't know, but I mean, you mean exaggerating facial features, making them more cartoony or something? I mean, fair enough. I wouldn't say I aim towards hyperrealism or anything, but I'm trying to study accurate anatomy first, like to know what things, how things work properly, so I can then exaggerate them properly. I'm not a fan of using watercolors, like painting on watercolors. I'm not very good at it. This looks so bad. Oh my god. Fuck this. This would be easier to paint something grayscale. What's up? I don't want to pronounce your name. Hello. What's up? This looks like that brush from Microsoft Paint. I don't know if I like this. Do you draw manga or comic? No, not really. I'm just fooling around with this brush. because I don't like Procreate brushes, so I'm trying to find a good one to see how good it works for painting. Getting addicted to the fundamentals is probably one of the best feelings. I mean, there are so many fundamentals too. Uh, I think the only fundamental would be anatomy. I mean, the only fundamental that will you will never stop studying basically because everything has its own anatomy and you can't just memorize every single thing there is or something that you will still have to learn. So I guess yeah, that would be the kind of boring thing that we might have to do, like the grinding anatomy, grinding or ability to memorize things, whatever. But I mean, what I mean is that after a certain point, after you're past the point where perspective, for example, feels so natural and you don't really have to think about it. Everything just becomes way easier. The key is consistency. When you are, it's just being consistent. When you are consistent, you will beat everyone else because most people are not consistent. Yeah. You know, something has to click. It's like when that thing clicks, you start. It's like the entire concept, or the entire concept of drawing just changes entirely. It's like a different game. it's like you leveled up in a video game, and now it's a complete different thing when you get to the next level. Complete different thing from what you're used to. Now it's no longer about copying things, but now it clicks for you. Okay, now this is more about creating. Now this is more about me understanding how to arrange these objects in perspective. And now I feel like a god because I'm able to. Well, once you figure it out, you're not probably going to be able to do this right away. But it's just like your brain starts to understand. Okay, this is about um, playing God, basically. This is the equivalent of playing with Legos and just having the will to understand, like, or to, okay, I'm gonna put this object here, materialize this thing here, connecting this thing with this other thing, and when you fully understand it, and when you truly understand your potential, of course, starts to become way more fun and way more enjoyable. I don't even know if I'm making sense. Like it is crazy. I get to like this dumb conclusions. I come up with all of these weird analogies and mental observations that in the end I don't even know if this is something that makes sense for other people. Do you have any artists that you admire? Um, to be honest, I think Kim Jong Il is the only one who the only artist I look up to, the only artist who does like a drawing in perspective and everything, drawing in perspective. Because think about it, how crazy it is that he's literally there's literally no one else who's got even close to where he is to like the human potential that he was able to unlock. So yeah, I really admire him. It is a shame that he passed away. It's important that we look up to like very great artists so we know what's humanly possible and we can also do that ourselves. It doesn't serve us to think, oh no, this is impossible. This guy is a god. This guy's not human. I won't be able to draw like this guy in a lifetime. It doesn't serve you to think that way because you start to realize, okay, if it's humanly possible, it is possible for you too. It is obtainable for you as well. Dear God, my back is killing me. My mental vision cone is too small, and I am able to only see one light at a time when I'm doing a copy of a study. What do you mean by that? My mental vision cone is too small. Like, are you saying that you struggle to visualize things and that you can only visualize one line at a time? But you can't see shapes and forms in your mind or when you are actually drawing. That's my question. Because, I mean, how can you not see like a box? Can you draw a box? Like, for example, if I, a box in 3D space like this. Can you do this? I don't understand. It takes a few attempts to draw a box. You gotta, well, that's the main thing that you gotta practice. You don't, let me give you a free tip here. This is going to help you a lot. You don't have to worry about your lines being perfect. You don't have to, because what I used to do, I can't, well, I guess I can show you right now. What I used to do before learning perspective, whenever I was trying to draw a box, I would just make a line and I would erase it. Make a line, erase it. Like I would control C a lot. I would undo my lines because I was trying to make my lines look super perfect, right? I was never satisfied with the way my lines looked. So I was like, control C, control C. Oh, okay, okay. Finally, I get the line. I get the line, and I keep it keeps going on and on and on. And you know, this is exhausting as hell. By the way, you spend more time control seeing than actually drawing. Yes. Uh, stop doing this. Stop doing this. Your lines don't have to be perfect. Actually, yeah, this is gonna save your life. I promise. This is going to change the way that your drawings look because I'm gonna make a bold guess. When you look at your drawings, your lines specifically look particularly stiff and lifeless. Because hear me out, when you're control seeing so much, when you're trying to make your lines look perfect, and you're focused too much on lines and line work, ironically, what's gonna happen is that you're going to make your lines so much worse. Your lines are going to look so like they can't breathe, you know, so rigid, so ugly, so kind of ugly to look at. And I'm telling you this because it happened to me, of course. And the key to this is to stop control seeing your lines entirely. So you should be able to draw a box. You should be able to draw a box in 3D space without erasing your lines. And you don't want to, you know, you want to do it in a rhythmical way, right? In a like a slow pacing. Like you don't want to go like this. Whoo, 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 whoo. You know, this is pretty ugly. You don't want this. You want to do it in a controlled way, or you also don't want to do this, where it's just a bunch of scratchy lines. You don't want to do this either because they look really bad. So what you want to do is do like a single line, just like this. And it is going to look wonky. Your lines are going to look wonky like this. Look, they look very wobbly and shaky and imperfect. This is fine. This is not only fine, but this is what's gonna make your drawings look dynamic. This is what's gonna make your drawings look dynamic. Here are some other of the like the drawings I was doing earlier. This did, you know, just scroll a little. The lines are, if you zoom in and you see the lines, the actual lines. If you start focusing on the lines, you may realize that they look very ugly and they're not very, you know, I didn't try to make them perfect or to do line work on top. You just gotta go for it without erasing too much or without control seeing. It's not a good habit. And the other thing is that you should study perspective. Study perspective. And by this I mean just draw a bunch of boxes. And this is not going to sound very exciting, but you train perspective and you basically become a master of perspective by drawing a bunch of boxes in 3D space for an entire year. Every day, draw a bunch of boxes in different eye levels, different perspective, and do that for an entire year, and you will be great at perspective. That's the good thing. It only takes a year. After a year of learning nonstop, you won't have to keep learning this anymore. And there's so many things that will unlock for you after you study perspective. It is actually ridiculous. Yeah, bro. Anytime. I made the chest too small, I think. Hmm. So need to improve it. Drawing tutus. Get used to drawing the box with vanishing points. Yes, that is how you overload it. So if you're still watching this, the way that you practice it, it's not rocket science. It's actually really, really easy. And there will be a point where it starts to become actually even fun to do. So you first draw a line on the canvas and you draw a little dot. You can do it, you can draw the little point here, anywhere here. I recommend you only start with one. So you would be doing 1 point perspective basically. So you can draw it here right in the middle. And what you're gonna do is basically extend a few lines here. And From this point, you will have the guidelines for creating a cube. You draw a box and well, it's kind of cut off by the canvas, but you can see that the box is going to follow the vanishing point here. It's going to converge to this point. You can draw one. Oops. Okay, my Apple Pencil officially died, so I can't show you, unfortunately. But yeah, I think you get the idea. You draw a line, draw a little like the vanishing point, and then from this point you can start creating boxes. And the idea is that these lines that you're seeing here, this these lines that are like the guidelines here, you gotta stop, like progressively stop drawing these, so you will eventually be able to do this without any guidelines. These are the guidelines, by the way. I'll show you in a minute. But the idea is that you keep progressively making it harder, so you don't have to rely on that. Like I can explain to you how it works, but honestly, it is best that you learn it intuitively. That you intuitively understand and that it clicks for you how perspective works and how that's going to affect your drawings. The way that I started was I'm not taking the piss. I did this thing. I did this exercise for an entire year. I went to like a coffee shop. I still remember like exactly 1 year ago. I went to like a coffee shop. I brought my sketchbook with me, and I started doing this specific exercise, which is just drawing a horizon line and drawing a bunch of boxes that surround the horizon line, the vanishing point. I mean, so oops, eventually you're not gonna need any guidelines for this. It's going to be pure intuition. Yeah, exactly. So then, like, even when you're more advanced, I still suggest that you draw the vanishing point, not necessarily like the horizon line, but just the vanishing point. I still do it sometimes. So I would draw like a little like vanishing point here, and I know that all the lines that are made are going to be converging to like that vanishing point. Although I'm gonna be honest with you, most of what I did when I was starting out with perspective was just getting comfortable with drawing boxes in 3D. Regardless of like doing this exercise, I was just drawing a bunch of boxes, and that was it. Uh, how to fuck up a box. Hey, what's up, guys? The level of locked in I'm going into 2026. 12 hours is insane. Yeah, I'm starting my New Year's resolution before 2026. The average dumbass who says, "Oh, I'm going to lock in next year." I'm doing it right now. Like I didn't even I wasn't even considering that it was like this was gonna be like next year. This wasn't even my next year resolution. It was just like, fuck it, I might as well do it now. It's what it takes to be great. Yeah, I mean, what I recommend again, just draw the boxes. This is the first thing that you gotta practice, right? Before even doing the perspective exercise, draw boxes in 3D and do not erase the lines. Do not erase the lines. Resist the urge to erase the lines. Even if it looks extremely ugly, it is way better. Way better. You're gonna thank me later. Look, just even if they look really bad, really wonky, whatever, just ignore it. What I used to do, I used to disconnect my Bluetooth keyboard. So I will literally force myself to not Control C. When it clicks for you, it starts to feel really nice. It becomes really fun to draw the boxes. Jesus, my back is hurting so much. I hope my pen or stylus like that too. Yeah, I also try not to press super hard. Like I would even hold it further away, but I feel like this is how I usually like hold the pen if I'm drawing traditionally. But the stylus I usually hold it a little bit like a little bit closer to the tip. And this one that I have on my the one that I use on my desktop tablet, I can't use it like this because the pen pressure is not properly calibrated or something. Like I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. So I have to use it like this, which is a tiny bit annoying, but it's fine. And because I also have the buttons here, so it's like I also noticed you're pretty quick at drawing. Uh, Not really. So here's the thing: I'm not particularly quick at drawing, but I don't, I don't erase my lines. Like I don't spend a lot of time control seeing and fiddling with my lines, so that also makes me appear that I draw faster, which it technically makes me draw a little faster, but and I'm not particularly hard. I'm not particularly fast. Matter of fact, I'm trying to take some more time to think about what I'm going to draw and visualizing it. This channel is so underrated, man. I'm hoping it grows. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Did you learn to draw cylinders with boxes or just free-handed. I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, cylinders have perspective, just like boxes. But what I kind of do to help me draw cylinders is the following. I do I draw the circle first, like this. I know these are going to be straight lines, and then I'm just gonna mirror the same circle that I did here. This is a horrible example, though. um, I draw a circle. I draw the lines like this. I know this is gonna be straight lines, and then this is another pretty terrible cylinder, if you ask me. I mean, because this is not really how I draw them, like or like in the order that I draw them. Because I first draw the circle. Once again, I draw this line, then I draw oh shit, then I draw the other line here, kind of mirroring it. Then I draw the other line. It doesn't have to be like 100% perfect either, really. But yeah, yeah. I think you explained it better than I did. You draw two cylinders on the opposite faces. Yeah, I just mirror the first. I draw the first circle, and then I use that as a reference for drawing the next circle. Yeah, ellipses, whatever. I call them circles because I'm brain dead as fuck. I when I learned perspective, I didn't even know what the fuck I was doing. I didn't know. I barely know what was a vanishing point. I didn't know like if I was doing 1 or 2 point perspective. I was just like, I'm just gonna draw a bunch of boxes and see how it comes out. How about merging two or many shapes together? That seems tricky, or maybe I'm overthinking. What do you mean merging two shapes together? Like drawing a cylinder on top of a box, something like that. So Well, to be fair, this is a very brain dead perspective, something like this. I don't know. You know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Loud fucking motorcycle. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. Are these studies are from imagination? These are all from imagination. To be fair, I haven't been doing much. Let me show you the. These are the. This is all from memory that I did early today on stream. It's been 6 hours already. Jesus, I draw really slow. Well, it's not that I draw slow. It's that I jab a lot. Today was has been quite the japathon. Yeah, I mean I don't mind it, but I still your ass doesn't hurt, bro. My back is killing me. I have no. I don't even know why, but my back is absolutely killing me right now. My not my ass because thankfully I bought an actual like comfortable chair. I used to I used to have my kitchen, like my plastic kitchen chair as a desktop chair, but I bought a new one, thankfully. It's fine. It's just mildly annoying. It looks more like SpongeBob. I took the armrest from my chair and sit on it cross-legged like a mystic. Bro, I can't do that. First of all, because I have balls, and second, because my flexibility is absolutely shit, and I would break my legs by even thinking about it. kind of hurting right now is my right elbow because I have my elbow on the armrest, so it is kind of annoying. Speaking of heads, have you tried that fear in art trend? Yes, I tried it because because one person asked me to draw her on the last live stream that I did yesterday. And today they asked me the same question again, but I didn't draw her. I guess I could do that since I wasn't very happy with how it turned out. I don't think it is particularly hard to draw like that perspective. Yeah, I'll try drawing it in a minute. Let me finish my skull here. Oops. This is looking so bad. Everything comes from shape and box. Yeah, you're right. Guess I could try the freehand thing. Oh my god, wait. I forgot to charge my iPad. And now it's dying. Oh my god, okay. Ah, fuck, this takes forever to charge. I don't want to switch to my computer. These are really bad news. And my back's still fucking killing me. Okay, let me try to draw Freeren. I last time I tried drawing her, I made her particularly ugly. I think I made her face, yeah, I made her face way too masculine. I think what's trickier about that angle is to keep the jaw very soft and feminine. Just draw her like the goblin from earlier. This guy. This is the um, goblin mugger. Goblin mugger. Okay, let's try it out. So yeah, first of all, it's just about visualizing the box. How do you visualize the box? Just visualizing this as a box or as a face, and understanding that this part should be visible and how the planes kind of apply to the face in this case. Wait, I guess if I don't want to make her neck super thick. Jesus. I don't know how to draw like an elf's ear. I'm really just that stupid. And I forgot what her hair looked like. No, never mind. I think it's. Wait, like this? Show your muscle alpha. Bro, you gotta go to my OnlyFans. I'm not gonna do that here. I'm just kidding. What does her fucking hair look like? She didn't have like bangs, right? Something like this. And of course, you know, I don't know how to draw anime eyes. How the fuck do you draw anime eyes? Wait, I fucked up here. No, they should be more like this, right? Because of the perspective. They 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 can't be that long. Fuck it, I'm leaving it like this. It's staying like this. I'm too lazy to try to figure out how to draw anime eyes. Oh, this is such an ugly nose, though. It's not very feminine. How did I fuck up? How did I fuck up this badly? No, it looks bad. It looks bad. Let me get rid of it. I'll do a proper one. Let me look up what she actually looks like because I never watched the fucking anime or anything. So I have no clue. Mm, okay. She has the long pointy ears. She can hear my thoughts. She also has, okay, she has the hair and everything. Okay. I've shared my attempt in the Discord server. Let me see it. Uh, nice. Yeah, it looks like her. Looks really nice. I want to try doing it properly, please. More people are joining to the live stream, so I can't be an embarrassment. I can't afford to be this bad, to suck this much ass. Let's see. Let me make it bigger. I already fucked up anyways. This is hard. I struggle so much to draw like anime because it is harder to draw anime because you can't use the planes as a reference to know where things are and where everything goes. So please understand me. Okay, okay, okay. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Why not drawing yourself? Because my style is really ugly. Or like I'm trying. I'm trying. I mean, my style, I guess, it is not set in stone or anything. I can afford to have some level of simplification to animeify the face more. It's just making the jaw softer a bit. I guess I'm gonna have to make it more masculine. Yeah, big eyes, big cranium. Yeah, fucking anime anatomy. Okay, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna draw the. Okay, this is about to. My iPad is about to die, so I'm gonna have to continue the drawing session on my computer. Unfortunately. Jesus Christ. I'm a lazy fuck. I give up trying to draw the anime eyes. I already fucked up. Great. Why is this so hard? It wasn't as hard in the like the first time I tried it. Her eyes look so full of life. She has a long crystal. Yeah, I noticed it. I think it was something like this. She looks traumatized, which is completely understandable. Oh, my back, Jesus. Seriously though, how do you even draw anime eyes? I wonder what the eyes look like in the anime. They're they're like stickers basically. Jesus Christ. Did I get it right? No. They say anime characters have like a cat-like head structure, small nose, mouth, big eyes. Sorry, I'm getting stupid again. I'm already falling asleep. Yes, this is Freerin. I did the exact opposite of what you described here. I drew her with a huge fucking nose, small eyes, and Giga Chat jawline. I shouldn't have even drawn the jawline like entirely like this. It should have been more like this for girls. Honestly, I don't even know. I'm trying to guess. It shouldn't be so fucking hard. Why is it so hard to draw anime eyes? I started following this guide, little guide for the anime faces. My iPad is going to die anytime soon, by the way. I hope not. This should be an accurate anime face. And it's like, oh, this looks so bad. I think Where is our four parts? I don't know what her outfit looks like. Okay, something like whatever. Give her a big trucker hat. Trucker hat. What is a trucker hat? You mean like the cap? Oh yeah, like a trucker cap. Wait. Fuck, I always have trouble drawing the fucking uh the thing on the head on like the cap. Mm, done. I've been drawing nonstop for 6.5 hours. Uh, Asian, what you do? I guess I'm just gonna keep drawing anatomy. You can see a difference here. The traumatized version. Oh, I didn't even draw the. Hang on. That's better. Nice muscles, bro. Ham. Thank you. I. Yeah, this is how we study anatomy. I have this. I can use myself as a reference and something that most people can't do because most people don't have big muscles. So I can use myself as a reference whenever I want to draw big muscular people. Hello, Riley. Real art. Sorry, I forgot again how to pronounce your name. Ry Rylart. I'm so sorry, Jesus Christ. My iPad is going to die very soon. 2%. Great. I'm gonna have to switch back to Photoshop, and I don't want to do that because I hate Photoshop. I hate using Photoshop. Damn it. Yeah, I don't like this a bit. I don't like these brush. Okay. Sorry for the fan. Sorry for the noise. It's really hot, and I can feel my blood physically boiling because of how hot it is. Uh oh, I can charge my the Apple Pencil on my iPhone. Nice. Because if I unplug the iPad, it's going to the battery is going to die because my charger is a piece of shit. Ooh, 20 people. This is Big Brothers. How are you guys? It's almost gonna be New Year, New Year's Eve. Oh fuck, this is not charging. Give me a minute. This thing. I don't know what else I could possibly draw. I mean, I definitely need to get better at drawing faces. Probably need to do more Asaro faces, more Asaro head studies, and more skulls, more human skulls. All right, people. I should keep practicing hands. Drawing hands is really important. Bye bye. Thank you for sticking around. And this thing just died. Great, that's fantastic. Well, I'm fucked. I'm gonna have to use Photoshop. Yeah, thank you. I really don't want to use Photoshop. I have no option. It has to be done. How do I share the screen? This. Okay. Let's see. I really don't like the way the pen sensitivity or the brushes here behave, really, but I'm gonna have to suck it up. Ooh, Okay, guys. Sorry for the mistake. I thought you were. I thought you were out. You thought I was gonna end the live stream, but we're only 7 hours in. There's still 5 hours left. I still need to draw a bunch more. Anyways, for the people who are watching this already, just a little tip here. Just a little drawing slash visualization tip. Take your time to visualize what you're going to draw before you actually draw it. I say this a lot, but Jesus Christ, I need to say this a lot, and not for you, because this advice is for myself. I struggle a lot with this, and I need to just take more time to think about what I'm going to draw, even if it's not very special, or if it's not like if I'm gonna draw a person, for example, I'm gonna draw a certain pose. I'm gonna think of it first. I'm going to create like a reference in my mind before I actually translate that onto the canvas. And the idea, the secret, is that it doesn't have to be perfect. You can literally come up with a boring pose, but at the very least, you gotta visualize it. You gotta visualize the character that you're drawing. You gotta visualize the eye level and everything. Because if you just draw it out of muscle memory, it's going to be it's not gonna work. You gotta make it up as you go along. Yeah, I mean, doing it slow. What are you drawing? I was drawing a bunch of stuff, but my iPad died and I had to switch to Photoshop, so I don't know what I'm drawing now. I'm drawing. I guess I'm just gonna keep practicing anatomy. This is lagging. Why is this lagging so much? Wait, let me close a bunch of crap that I have opened here because this is unbelievable. This is unacceptable. That's right. I'm drawing for 12 hours. I'm drawing for 12 hours because I'm crazy. I'm a crazy person. Let's carry on, shall we? Draw Charlie Kirk. Why do you want me to draw Charlie Kirk? I'm just wondering why it's lagging so much. Hmm, am I sharing my screen here? Okay. What are your goals with art? I want to be the best artist there is. I want to be the best artist that has ever existed. Shoulder goes here. Zoom in a little more. Increase the size of this. Maybe this is better. Who is your favorite artist? My favorite artist is Kim Jong-gi. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anyone else that is on his level. And I might sound like an asshole, but he's so far ahead, or he used to be so far ahead from the rest of like any other artist that Jesus, it is impossible not to look up to him. Yeah. That's why I'm drawing so much. Like I can't complain that I'm not improving if I don't draw like a crazy motherfucker. Oh my god, I hate this. Photoshop is so annoying to use. One second, guys. Please, please work. How old are you? I'm 19 years old. And I finally understood how the fucking shoulders work. I figured them out. It kind of connects here with the connects with the upper part of the chest. This is a bit of like a hole here, and you're gonna connect them like this. I'm 17. How long have you been drawing? I have been drawing for about 4 years. I started drawing when I was 15, but I started drawing seriously. I started studying perspective and everything when I was like a year ago, literally a year ago. Exactly a year ago, I started drawing seriously. So, yeah, basically a year ago, I started drawing. I'm gonna keep practicing hands, but I don't know why Photoshop keeps stuttering. I'm gonna restart it, see if it improves. If it gets any better. I think it's better now. Looks like. Charlie Kirk is the goat. While you guys are talking about Charlie Kirk, I don't hate the guy, by the way. Like, I don't want to get into any political bullshit discussions, because I don't like talking about politics. But Jesus Christ, why would you even consider defending murdering someone just because he thinks different than, to you? Stupid. This is still lagging so much. Oh, Jesus. That's weird. It, Photoshop is usually very reliable and it shouldn't be lagging. I wonder if it has to do with the tablet settings or something. Leon. Nope, it's even worse now. What the fuck? Oh, this is so bad. Spending half a day dedicated to drawing is crazy work. It is. It is not easy at all. But honestly, I don't see myself doing anything else than drawing. So I might as well just fully like go all in because this is my goal. This is my main pursuit right now. I don't see myself doing anything else right now. There isn't anything that I could be doing right now that is as important or relevant than drawing because this is what pursuing my goals looks like. This is why working hard and giving the best version of myself looks like. That's basically it. Drawing hands is not that difficult. You just gotta know perspective. Fuck. How would you recommend studying and drawing hands? Um, First of all, you gotta study perspective. If you don't know perspective, you gotta know perspective because if you try learning hands or anatomy in general for that matter, but let's say that if you try learning the anatomy of the hands without knowing perspective, you are going to fail miserably. It's going to be impossible. It's like you have to unlock perspective first, or you have to be good at perspective in order to unlock being able to level up at drawing hands. So once you know perspective, basically what you gotta do is what I'm doing here, pretty much. If you look at your own hand, you will realize that if you chop off your fingers, you're basically left with a square that, of course, in this case, is the palm of your hand. So this square, you can represent this square, or you can draw it as a box in 3D like this. And then it's like, okay, you have the box, and you gotta. Here's why you gotta know perspective, of course, in order to be able to draw this from any angle and being able to rotate it. You gotta draw the fingers. I think the main mistake when people draw hands is that they don't visualize every finger as a 3D shape that can move and can rotate it, that has individual joints. you have to see each finger as a 3D object, like a cylinder if you want. And it has like each finger is, let's say, three cylinders. You have one cylinder per, sorry, three cylinders per finger. And once you're able to visualize that, it's just a matter of, showing that, like, okay, one cylinder, two cylinders, three cylinders. The toe and the feet are the same, by the way, are the same thing. Here I'm using contour lines. I'm using like the wrinkles of the fingers as contour lines. Of course, this is not particularly accurate. It's just the way that I have to stylize things. But yeah, and then it's like, okay, here, bam, bam. But what if you don't know how to, or if you're just unable to draw each finger individually? What you're gonna do is draw. You're gonna glue the fingers together. Yeah, contour lines. Exactly. You want to really emphasize the form. But in this case, if you can't draw each individual finger, what you're going to do is like glue them together. So now you don't have four individual cylinders that have also like three cylinders each. Now it's only one thing that you have to worry about, and you can fold, you can like curl the fingers and everything. So yeah, you glue them together like this. There you have it. You have a fairly simplified hand. But in order for this to make sense, you have to know perspective. Otherwise, it's not going to make a lot of sense. It's not going to click. It's not going to be easy. Wow, this is super laggy. getting a little sleepy, but I'm just glad that I didn't fall asleep in the middle of the live stream for the third time in a row. That is a, I would call that a success. What do you mean water? Drinking water? I haven't drank any water. No, no, I haven't drank any water yet. To be honest, I'm not really that thirsty. I drank a lot of water last night, so I'm not very thirsty. But I should drink some water. I didn't even eat anything. I was thinking of doing this a daily thing where just to save some time, I crack a bunch of eggs and I drink them throughout the live stream. I'm starting to eat raw eggs with like seasoning. So I think it would be convenient to do that on stream whilst I'm talking like this when I'm not actually drawing. Or who knows? I'll try it tomorrow. Or maybe I'll try it today when I take a little break after this. Do you sometimes spare some time to draw something you like a character, or just study non-stop? Um, I mean, I'm studying anatomy. I really like this. I don't feel burnout or anything. The only thing that I feel is drowsiness. Like, I can be tired, but that doesn't mean that I'm burned out. That I got burnout. I don't really get tired from drawing the same thing, like from studying the same thing, studying anatomy, doing practicing this. Because in the end, if I want to draw a character, for example, this is what's gonna make me enjoy drawing that character, knowing the fundamentals and practicing this is going to make me enjoy it more because I'm gonna be better at it. Does that make sense? We're gonna take some time to think about something to draw, like a pose or something. Let's take a few minutes. Yeah, like a meditation. Yo, what's up? I like Jet Fighters. Oh fuck, I'm tired. I want to go to sleep. What's up, everybody? Don't mind me, I'm just thinking something to draw. Trying to think of an interesting pose. Genuinely falling asleep. Holy shit. I don't know if I'll be able to make it. What tablet do you use? I use a Hui on tablet. It's a very cheap, small tablet that I bought like 4 years ago. And I also use an iPad. I was drawing with the iPad, but I had to stop because the battery died. So now I'm waiting for it to charge a little bit more so I can use it again. Because I don't really like drawing in Photoshop that much. It's not very comfortable. Do you think I should stick to an iPad or get a tablet? Usually, I would tell you that it doesn't matter. I would tell you, hey, if you have an iPad, that's great. Like you don't want to think that the tools that you use are going to make you any better. If you buy a new tablet, if you buy the most expensive tablet, it's not going to do anything. It is really not going to do anything. However, the only reason I would buy a desktop tablet for my computer, if I was in your situation, would be if I wanted to get into painting, because painting is way more comfortable and way more convenient when you use a tablet in your computer. Because I don't like painting so much on iPad. It's a little weird. Can you draw cars? That thing is tough to draw even after breakdown. Yeah, I've drawn a bunch of cars. I was actually I was actually practicing drawing forklifts for some reason. I was like, oh, I'm gonna practice drawing forklifts. I'll see if I can draw one in a minute. Ah, fuck it, I'll do it. I'll do it now. But yeah, cars are they're not hard to draw. They're just annoying, but they're not very. They shouldn't be very difficult because of the way that because of the shapes and the perspective. But they are a little bit annoying to draw. That is for sure. Let me see if I can draw the forklift. This is lagging so much. This feels like a PowerPoint slideshow. Why though? Why is it so? Can't take the nib off. It's dirty or something. Bye. Thank you for sticking around. Car hot dog. What does that even mean? I fucked up here. Still drawing the forklift, guys. It's just Photoshop that is being annoying and snagging the whole thing. This is so ass. Can't even draw a fucking line. This is laying so much. God, I want to kill myself. This is supposed to be a forklift, but I forgot the forklift. I don't know what's called, like the thing that goes here. This is so ass. I forgot what this sign looks like. I literally looked at it like once or twice, and I'm pretending to expect to remember what the thing even looked like. Why did I spend so much time on this? Jesus Christ. I don't want to erase it. Okay, I'm gonna switch to my iPad now because yeah. I'm gonna stop showing Photoshop. This is not working. Why? Okay, we're back. We're back to Procreate. We're back to sleep deprivation. $4 left, guys. Come on. Cheer me up. How about you draw chains in perspective? Holy shit. Chains in perspective. It shouldn't be hard. Like, just like cylinders. It shouldn't be hard. So this is a chain. Ooh, damn it. Damn it. Okay, okay, okay. I guess it would be like this. I made this one bigger. Damn it. This is fucked. This is so hard, actually. Okay. Let's pretend that I didn't fuck up here for a second. I won't give up, don't worry. I'm not letting you down. Okay. Wait, what is this? Like, messed up this part. Looks super weird. Wow. This is actually hard. You should draw a complete art every weekend. What do you mean a complete art? Do you mean like a full illustration or something? God damn it. I didn't like this too much. Let me try again. Yeah, you're right. I have to do more finished actual drawings. Drawing chains is fucking hard. This is. Perspective in this one is not even that good. Change reminded me cool S we draw as kids. Yeah, I think I never actually drew the S. I had a friend who did it all the time on like the walls on like the school walls and everything, but I think I never really learned how to do it. How was it? Jesus. I know you had like a you know something like this. All right. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm way too tired for this. Did you know if you can draw a horse, you can draw anything? Well, that's debatable. I barely know how to draw a horse because I honestly haven't said I have been wanting to draw animals to practice to drawing animals and everything, but I have been mostly invested in learning human anatomy. But I used to draw horses. They follow the same simplification principles as humans of using boxes. So if you know how to simplify them, it's not particularly complicated, and from that point, it's just a matter of leveling them up. So you got level one horse, and now you gotta turn it to level one. Sorry, level. You go from level one horse, which is basically a horse made out of boxes, and then you progressively increase the difficulty, the level of detail. The Moyai, Moyai, Moyai. How is it pronounced? How do you pronounce that? Moyai. Moai. How the fuck do you pronounce that? Yeah, I'm still. I think I'm gonna just keep doing phases until the end of the live stream because phases are really important, bro. When you can draw faces from any angle, you can draw anything, or at least that's what people will think that you will be able to draw anything. Even if the rest of your anatomy looks wonky, it's not gonna matter. Are you guys going to celebrate New Year's Eve with me? Because I will be drawing. I couldn't give less of a fuck about normal people's celebrations. I don't have any holidays. So you better come draw with me. Well, it's not yet. There's still like 4 days left. But yeah, we'll most likely just be drawing. You can set up a camera and draw on paper too. Why? I already have the iPad. That would be more annoying. I mean, who knows? I may do it eventually, but I was thinking of doing that with the iPad because I didn't know how to record it. I thought, okay, I'm gonna record with my phone, I guess, and I'm just gonna draw like this, like this. So you watch me draw like it's just super annoying. It's already kind of annoying to like my current setup and having to wait everything to be fully charged. Different mediums bring different results. Yeah, kind of. It shouldn't be so different though. You shouldn't be particularly good at drawing on digital, and then when you draw in traditional, you're not that good. It shouldn't really make a difference because that means you're doing something wrong. That means you're control seeing too much, and that is affecting your actual drawings. Don't limit yourself. Yeah, I still draw on paper on traditional every now and then, but I mean for the sake of recording, it's just easier to do it like this. Because it's like, how am I going to stream anyways? How am I going to record with my phone? Like, do I record like this? I don't know, it just feels so awkward. And I'm too lazy to figure it out. This is so weird. Why is this smudging tool not working? Yeah, I know you can. I just don't know how to do it. That's the issue. I like this guy. God, I'm too lazy. I don't know what to draw. I'm trying to draw. I'm drawing people. What was that? Do you hear that? Trying to draw a person in a weird angle. I don't know what I'm doing. Too tired for this shit. I should try to draw a foot. The fuck is that noise? I think it's just fireworks. I need to practice drawing more feet. What am I doing? I think I'm going to nap for like 15 minutes. I'm going to nap for a few minutes because I don't know. I'm falling asleep now. I'm going to take a quick nap whilst the iPad charges a little bit more. I thought I wasn't gonna fall asleep. Thought I wasn't gonna get too tired today because I slept relatively well. I slept quite a bit of time, but Jesus, still a lot of still difficult. It's a lot of time. Okay, guys, I'll be back in a I'll be back in a hot minute. I'm gonna take a quick nap. Hello, guys. What's up? Is there anyone watching this? Three people. Yeah, let's go. Sorry, I went for too long. Slept for like an hour, right? What the fuck? The iPad up barely charged. Barely charged a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna be opening. Let me share my iPad screen again. I'm gonna keep drawing for a little while. I still have like 2 hours left. To be honest, I can't be a lazy fuck. I need to finish this, guys. I need to finish this. I need to man up. Can we do this? What the fuck? What? Oh, that's crazy. What the hell? Why is the goblin like that? Why is the goblin like that? What the fuck? You guys seen this shit? Oh, it's gonna crash as it restarted. Welcome back. I'm surprised you waited for me. I'm surprised you've been here for this long because I did nap for a while. Okay, can you guys see my screen? Ah, you're also unemployed. Let's go. Long live the unemployed brother. Oh my god. Those are awesome drawings. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's the result of sleep deprivation. Jesus, I'm looking. I'm looking through Riley Riley's live streams. I don't know how to pronounce her name. I'm sorry. But Jesus Christ, this person is grinding a lot. Whoa. This person is also doing daily live streams. This person is doing long ass live streams as well. That is crazy. They've been doing live streams for Jesus Christ for months. Gotta respect the grind. That's some serious dedication there. What the fuck? Daily, that's quite the commitment. Yeah, I mean, this person, holy shit, this person has been doing daily live streams for, well, not daily, not quite daily from what I'm seeing. No, never mind. It seems like they're daily drawings for, what, an entire year? Oh my god. That is a lot. Whoa. I want to be like this person. This is amazing. It is good to know that I have some competence. It is good to know that people are also doing the same thing. Makes the whole thing feels more like, don't think that this is not isolating as fuck doing this daily daily live streams, just spending all day in your room doing this shit. It takes a lot of energy and it takes a lot of mental resources and sacrifice. So having people like this, having like-minded people like this that do the same thing is really nice. Okay, I'm gonna continue drawing. After seeing this person after seeing their drawings, I can't sleep in anymore. I need to get the job done. So let's do the same. I don't know if you guys are watching my iPad screen. Yep. Great. Fantastic. I guess I'll just keep practice. I'm gonna keep practicing poses until I don't know. Because right now we're at the 10-hour mark, 10 hours and 33 minutes basically. So I'm gonna stay until we reach the 12 hours. Then I'm going to instantly leave because I'm fucking tired. And I need to do some stuff. I can't afford to neglect the other areas in my life either. But I'm very happy that I finally learned how to attach the fucking shoulder to the rest of the body. That's the highlight of today. Interesting in the way you visualize form and body through basic shapes, even more so when you draw them in more like a 3D way. I mean, you gotta be able to visualize it first with basic shapes after after you gotta first be able to visualize a very basic mannequin. That's what I call it, like the mannequin, uh, basically completely made out of boxes. So then you can start to see the more complex anatomy inside of that mannequin. So yeah, right now I'm trying to I have a certain point pose that I want to draw, and I'm trying to draw it in mannequins first. I'm trying to draw the mannequin version of the pose. I'm having some issues. This doesn't make sense. I was expecting it to. It's not reading well. I swear this post made more sense in my mind. This looks so strange. Okay, I'm gonna stop pretending that I know what I'm doing because this pose is really hard on this perspective. Jesus. So I'm gonna try to draw over it. This is not working out. Okay, this is coming together. Okay, I visualized it a difficult fucking pose, and I wasn't able to draw it. But I'm more happy that I was able to visualize it. I'll just come up with something else. Hello, how are we? Nice, brother. Can I get drawn? Only if you let me draw you butt naked. Not appropriate, so I cannot. Nah, bro, I'm practicing anatomy, so if you won't let me draw you butt naked, then no deal. Unfortunately, I don't make the rules. Hey, thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How are we? You draw squares? What is it? You mean squares? I'm drawing a bunch of boxes. What are you streaming off of? I'm using OBS for streaming if that's what you mean. Can you coach me? I actually have a coaching program, so it's in the description. You can check it out if you're interested. It's specifically for drawing and drawing from imagination. I used to do painting, but I don't really do that anymore. I mean, it used to be about painting. What do you mean for free, bro? Go watch the free videos that I post. How am I gonna coach you for free? I also have to eat, bro. I'm hungry as we speak. Okay, I still have 20 minutes left. That's like 15 minutes left before I wrap this up. What if I try to draw an Asaro head, a skull, a human skull, under the Asaro head or over the Asaro head? I'm using Procreate. This is on iPad. Why is this smudging tool not fucking working? Jesus Christ. Decided to stop responding. That was kind of terrible. so useless when it comes to drawing pretty girls.